New Eden.
Hello and welcome back to a new educational Overwatch video, if you will, where we're going to be taking a look at everything you need to know before the launch of Overwatch 2. I've had the chance to sit down with the Overwatch team and game directors in many experienced Overwatch 2 through both the alpha and beta. I felt it might be a good time to make this video since a lot of news has gone on with so many new players who don't have the same advantage as the people who've been playing for 6+ years now. If you guys enjoy this commentary style video, please remember to leave a like and let me know in the comments since my ego kind of depends on it. So let's get right into it. First and foremost, Overwatch 2 is going to be free to play and follow a business model similar to most recent successful AAA titles like Fortnite, Apex Legends, and Valorant. This really only made sense because there's less risk for both the developers and players. It seemed that the previous account buying and loot box system that they were capitalizing off of wasn't exactly cutting it anymore, so they've announced the Battle Pass, ditching the Overwatch credits we've been hoarding for years and encouraging players to actively play the game. You can most likely buy tiers for Battle Pass progress or play an unhealthy amount of Overwatch to catch up. This can be pretty scary for new players who aren't addicted like us since Battle Pass rewards are exclusive to that time frame. And of course, I'll be sure to make Battle Pass reaction videos and keep everybody up to date. Some of the newer items in the Battle Pass will include gun charms, banners, taunts, and the new mythic skins. Mythic skins are meant to be the rarest skins and will only be available at the max Battle Pass tier. And it seems that the first mythic skin is going to be going to Genji, and he kind of looks like an Nvidia graphics card, which is pretty cool. And ultimately, the more money that Overwatch generates, the more content we'll have. Paywalls are not exactly consumer friendly, but it seems everyone will be sharing one single Battle Pass. The Battle Pass will have seasonal updates every 9 weeks and the ability to buy skins in store. I believe they're going to be committing to a schedule of consistent content for all of us to enjoy, but I'm not exactly sure how that'll impact other aspects of the game, like balancing, for example. Based on the Overwatch 2 Watchpoint pack they released before the second beta, each Battle Pass will cost approximately 1,000 virtual currency. I would imagine that they'll be around $10, which is common price point across games. There's been some recent news spreading across the community, for better or worse, and it's that new heroes are going to be unlockable only through the free Battle Pass track. This, of course, incentivizes free-to-play players to continue grinding the game, while also giving you the option to buy that progress. Ultimately, this is a very slippery slope, and I've heard so many different opinions on the matter. Personally, I find that as long as new heroes aren't launched directly into ranked, everyone's going to have a chance to unlock them ahead of time. I also hope that the new heroes are unlockable at a reasonably low tier so everyone can reach it with ease. Most people are extremely worried that new meta-defining heroes like Brigitte are going to be locked behind a play or paywall, and that might actually hurt the hero diversity that Overwatch has always prided itself on. Overwatch has always been known for fast-paced composition swaps, and this business model will likely limit that potential. On the other hand, I think it's fair to say most players decide against making appropriate hero switches in ranked, either because they one-trick or have a smaller hero pool that they're comfortable with. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are about unlockable heroes as well, but the best we could do is wait and see what direction they take their monetization. Over the past month, the Overwatch team has made many important announcements about previous accounts and how to transfer all of your cosmetics. As it stands, everything you once had on one account will also be on that same account into Overwatch 2. Super simple. However, they just announced that you can officially merge your cosmetics from multiple accounts into one. And I quote, "Progress from linked console accounts will be stored on your Battle.net account, which will share in-game cosmetics and progress across the linked accounts. This is especially nice for console players who have scattered weekly event cosmetics or Overwatch League skins. Since Overwatch 1 servers are going to be offline indefinitely after October 4th, make sure to link your accounts to enable cross-progression. Loot boxes will not be in Overwatch 2, and the developers have made it very clear that after September 14th, all remaining unopened loot boxes will be automatically opened. With that being said, if you really care, open them yourselves sooner rather than later." The Overwatch team just announced a last chance event to use all of your credits that'll last from September 13th to October 3rd. It's unsure right now if in-game cosmetics will be on sale during this time, but it's best to buy what you can regardless. The two major concerns with this free-to-play model they're introducing is cheaters and Smurfs. Unfortunately, although we haven't heard any news regarding an updated anti-cheat, I can guarantee that they're paying close attention to the report system and creator feedback. There's no denying that Overwatch has struggled with hackers for a few years, but I can confidently say that certain cheats and resellers are on their radar. However, just like most of you watching this video, I'm also pretty skeptical of their efforts since we've heard just about nothing at this point. Let's wait and see before judging too quickly, but they've already spoken on their first line of defense against Smurfs or alternate accounts. Overwatch 2 will be introducing a new SMS system where in order to play on any Battle.net account, you need to have a linked phone number. They've stated that prepaid SIM cards won't be a loophole since they've already thought it through. This most likely means that they will periodically ping these numbers to see if they're actually still active or real, and if not, then they'll deny access. Regardless, I think this should limit some of the Smurfs in your respective rank. I would also like to believe that with the release of Overwatch 2, they'll be paying extra close attention to account boosters so they can accommodate newer and returning players. As an avid competitive player, I was really interested in what the Overwatch team had to show us regarding their new and improved competitive 2.0. In recent years, each season has felt the exact same: no rewards and no actual incentive to continue playing. If you've hit a new peak or made improvements in later seasons, the number alone carries weight and often ends up becoming a burden. The community belittles anyone who makes progress after season 10. There is actually a reason behind that phenomenon besides nostalgia. The ongoing metas themselves have been boring, and DLC heroes were introduced only to further break the game with no solution. Every new meta seemingly became worse than the last. As players continue to improve, they continue to understand hero fundamentals. That's exactly why you saw many players quit because of goats and double shield. Rather than nerf or rework pre-existing heroes, they'd introduce new game-breaking heroes or buff unproblematic heroes. This only encouraged more toxicity in our community because your skill level would be directly tied to the hero that you played the most. With even less returning players, the top 500 leaderboard continued to tank, making early season even less important. Competitive points are pretty uninspiring, and you can only ever earn more golden guns. However, in Overwatch 2, the team has announced rank subdivisions, similar to how Apex Legends and Valorant operate. It'll make progress much more noticeable, so instead of having a huge 500 SR stretch between ranks, you can judge your daily or weekly performance on smaller ranges. It'll probably look like Bronze 3, Bronze 2, Bronze 1, and so on. With that being said, SR will no longer be visible. Your skill rating will be privately adjusted after each win and loss to decide your rank subdivision. What this will most likely mean is that SR is going to be more flexible based on actual performance as well. Also, I kind of hated playing 8 hours only to judge my entire day on losing 3 SR. The most controversial change that I've seen in this new competitive 2.0 is removing medals for the scoreboard. The developers have acknowledged that judging gameplay on medals was toxic and inaccurate, but decided to make your performance public to the entire lobby, enemy team included. With heroes being so vastly different and outputting different levels of damage, eliminations, or healing, I don't see how a scoreboard solves really anything. I would love to hear your thoughts on the scoreboard in the comment section below. One actual positive change that they've teased is the new after-match report system to track your personal progression. The statistics that actually matter on a map-to-map basis are going to be available whenever you need them. I would imagine this includes individual hero performance regardless of how long you played said hero in that game. Definitely use this feature if you're new or haven't played in a long time, rather than strictly VOD reviewing, which can be very time-consuming. Now for the bad news. It seems in Overwatch 2.0, there will be no MMR reset. What this means is players who have been boosted or cheated or abused busted untouched heroes are going to likely remain at the same rank for longer. For example, how Doofus played in Overwatch 1 is completely different than Overwatch 2, where he's now a tank. More on hero reworks later, but the fact remains that SR inflation is an existing problem in Overwatch 1 ever since role queue was introduced. The reality is it'll be a lot faster for the best players to split from the worst post-MMR. My solution? Introduce an MMR reset in a preseason where players can decide their rank prior to Season 1 officially starting. Pretty much a fresh start for everyone, all at the same time. Overwatch 2 is going to be welcoming 3 new heroes to the roster. The first hero, Sojourn, was deeply rooted in lore ever since 2015. This actually led to a fundamental problem. She was originally designed for 6v6, but as we know, Overwatch 2 is now based around 5v5. Yet, when you actually get to play her, it doesn't feel problematic at all. Sojourn is fast-paced and extremely mobile while still offering range and kill potential. In my opinion, Sojourn is the first hero in years that actually improves the meta since she has an extremely high skill ceiling. Her primary fire is fast projectiles that charge a railgun as you do damage to anything. That includes enemies, shields, and abilities like Baptiste Immortality Field. Her railgun has actually already went through a series of nerfs and buffs primarily targeting the projectile size, since many people argue it's too easy to hit targets. Her base railgun can one-shot headshot at high charge, and it drops back to 0 after each usage, meaning that her kit often revolves around setting up for flashy railgun plays. Right now, the higher the charge, the wider the railgun projectile. Her main ability is an AoE disruptor shot that slows enemies and eats away at their health. Comboing this ability with a railgun often makes for a really easy kill and helps build ult charge quite quickly. Sojourn has a power slide shift ability that lets you quickly reposition and leap into the sky upon canceling it. There's already some slide cancel tech that lets you jump even higher for more verticality. Lastly, her ultimate overclock auto recharges her energy and allows the railgun to pierce through multiple enemies while active. This can actually be fairly difficult and tricky to use since there's very little room for error. Honestly, she's really fun to play, and I highly recommend her for any DPS player, or for anybody that wants to try DPS for the first time. In the second beta, they released the first tank for Overwatch 2, Junker Queen. She also just so happens to be the first first hero designed around 5v5 and had both a cinematic and origin story to enjoy. The community loved her design, personality, and gameplay. She's aggressive, fast-paced, but there were some problems with her kit that the player base immediately noticed. She is the first bleed hero and also introduces more anti-heals, which was only available to Ana prior to Junker Queen. Junker Queen's primary fire, called Scattergun, doesn't do much damage alone. It's slow and short range, but it gains more value in combination with her throwable knife, Gracie. Now, Gracie can be thrown at enemies, and if it directs, you can pull them inward similar to a Roadhog hook. Closing the distance between you and the enemy maxes out your primary fire's potential damage. Furthermore, any damage done with her knife triggers her passive ability called Adrenaline Rush, where she heals herself over time as a result of wounding the enemy. When an enemy is wounded, they also lose health over time. She has a commanding shout ability that not only gives Junker Queen 200 HP, but also gives all nearby allies another 100 HP. Her shout also gives everyone within the AoE a 30% movement speed buff, which is extremely broken if you couldn't tell already. Junker Queen has an ability called Carnage, where she swings an axe and can hit and wound multiple targets in front of her, also triggering her passive self-heals. I think you're starting to see the pattern, and it doesn't stop there. She has an ultimate called Rampage that allows her to charge forward, wounding, dealing damage, and preventing heals on enemies in that area of effect. I honestly have no words. Junker Queen absolutely needs a nerf, and many pro Overwatch League players are referring to her current meta as Jotes, a newer, more obnoxious version of Goats. She's very fun to play, but not exactly fun to play against since no one seems to die, especially Junker Queen. Lastly, we have the new and very mysterious Fox Girl hero. She's been teased ever since the Kanezaka deathmatch map, which was littered with Easter eggs. Even now, we've only had a teaser trailer that didn't really show much and an Easter egg at the end of the second beta. We can only speculate that she'll be a support, but at this time, we need to wait on more information. She also seems to be directly related to the Shimada brothers, Genji and Hanzo. I can promise you right now that when we do hear more, you'll absolutely be seeing more videos on her kit and gameplay on this channel, so make sure you subscribe. I hope you guys are looking forward to it as much as I am. For now, though, I would recommend avoiding any leaks on Reddit and Twitter, as it seems a lot have been disproven, and they spoil all the fun. Her name, Kiriko, is floating around, and there's even been a leaked, unpolished, and unfinished cinematic. I'd prefer waiting for the official announcements to roll out. For heroes beyond these releases, the roadmap suggests we'll have a new tank hero in December, and even more throughout 2023. Meaning no matter which role you prefer playing, there is content on the horizon for everyone. Overwatch 2 is releasing 6 new maps in Season 1. One escort map being Circuit Royale, 3 new hybrid maps called Midtown, Rio, and Gothenburg, and lastly, 2 brand new maps for the newest game mode Push that go by Queen Street and Coliseo. Push is a fairly complex mode at first, but once you understand the checkpoint and spawn system, it's smooth sailing. Basically, you push a robot back and forth similar to a tug of war, and whichever team makes the most distance or reaches the endpoint wins the game. As you push the robot further, you reach checkpoints and spawn closer to the progress that your team made, rather than across the entire map. Some general tips that I've learned over the months of testing Push: definitely try to regroup whenever possible rather than dying on point, since those spawn times can be really detrimental for the distance you need to make. Also, the maps are generally really long, so play heroes that can offer good range like Ana, Sojourn, Ashe, and Junker Queen. Most of the maps offer many flanks around the bot's path, so apply pressure on the other team's supports as much as possible without brawling the tank on point. The last tip I have is ult tracking on Push is more important than ever, since by overtime the bot is moving really fast to cover lots of distance, and the respawn times are even longer. Snowballing in overtime is really common, so make sure to have a win condition ult combo for those moments. On this channel, we've already posted a few Overwatch 2 videos playing some of the new hero reworks, but we'll discuss them even further here. Since the game is now shifted to 5v5, every tank got their fair share of buffs to account for the absence of tank synergy. Orisa in particular had some major changes to her kit, ultimately making her less stationary, which was really necessary considering how fast Overwatch 2 plays. Rather than using a shield, Orisa can now use a javelin that she can spin to negate any projectiles, push enemies, and increase her forward speed. This javelin can also be thrown at targets, stunning and knocking them back. She still has her fortify that now gives her 125 extra health and 40% damage reduction. Instead of Bongo, she now has an ultimate called Terra Surge that drags enemies into her area of effect while charging up her damage that you can release at any point. I'm still kind of shocked that they managed to make Orisa, the most boring tank, into a top contender for the most fun tank to play in Overwatch 2. Doofus is another hero that received a huge huge rework. In fact, they swapped his role entirely. He is now a tank, specifically specializing in dive. They buffed his health from 250 to 450. They revamped his seismic slam to have even more range and verticality, similar to a Winston leap, and swapped his uppercut with an ability called Power Block. While Power Block is active, all damage he takes from the front is reduced by 90% and charges his gauntlet, allowing him to punch further, faster, and stronger. Overall, I think Doofus should have always been a tank, but he could use some additional buffs to his kit. I just think it's a great start. Let's be honest, nobody liked getting one shot.
and grab your Diva Waifu body pillows because we're going to be ranking the worst to the best hero reworks in the Overwatch 2 beta. It pains me so much to put Mei so low on a list of mine because, as you know, Mei is my favorite hero in the Overwatch franchise. But you know what pains me even more? Seeing the Overwatch team dismantle my girl well before the Overwatch 2 beta was even a thought. She was literally one of the first heroes announced to be getting a quote-unquote major rework. This is, of course, where she famously got her freeze ability removed from her primary form of fire and got replaced by a 50% speed reduction and an increase to her damage of 100 damage per second. And while I understand that this was a healthy decision for Overwatch 2 because the ideology is that they're trying to remove a lot of crowd control abilities in Overwatch 2, it still hurt to see one of the most iconic abilities in the game get removed for admittedly one of the most hated heroes in Overwatch because of her most iconic ability, the ability to freeze people and then instantly kill them. And while it's still relatively easy to get killed with your primary form of fire, nothing will beat the satisfying feeling of freezing your enemy and seeing desperation leave their eyes and replaced with acceptance, knowing that they're about to get killed by the ice demon Mei. Oh yeah, and her Cryer Freeze Ice Wand Blizzard got nerfed in Overwatch 2. Like, why can't I have anything nice in my life? Junkrat's Trap is Now, while this isn't a major rework, it's still a major part of Junkrat's hero kit that's changed completely. No longer does it stun an enemy for a short period of time, but rather just slows them until they reach max chain length. He didn't get any changes to his concussion mine, he didn't get any changes to his primary form of fire, still able to beat an annoying flying Junkrat, and that's the main reason why it beats out Mei's rework, is that, well, Mei got actively worse in Overwatch 2, unless you count the primary form of fire damage increase, where Junkrat, yeah, he still got a nerf to it, but you're able to do 100 total damage now. And that's it. Well, the change does make Junkrat a little less effective in Overwatch 2. It doesn't make him any more worse of a hero in Overwatch 2 because it's not like he's any better in Overwatch 1, I'll tell you that much.
Bargain hunters. Such a reductive title. This is a...
Hey guys, it's Bro You Whack, and SR is going away in competitive Overwatch 2, which means that your depression is finally cured. I'm just kidding, it's still staying the same. The Overwatch team recognizes that the competitive environment within Overwatch, while it's supposed to be competitive, also brings a sense of anxiety to a lot of players that makes them not want to play at all. So to combat this, they're changing a lot. Like, they're completely getting rid of SR, changing the way that games spit out our rank, and also getting rid of a few competitive rewards, and just so much more. But first, let's talk about how you can actually access competitive, because there's a lot of confusion around if players will be able to access competitive on day one. So as we all know, there's going to be a first-time user experience where competitive is going to be locked away for brand new Overwatch players. For anybody that played Overwatch 1 beforehand, you're going to have competitive unlocked along with all the original Overwatch heroes up until Sojourn, the Junk Queen, and Kiriko. But for brand new players, not only will a specific amount of heroes only be available for you to play on day one, but you'll have to win 50 quick play matches to be able to get access to competitive. But I think we already knew that, mainly because I'm sure we watched my video going into deep detail explaining that yesterday. But what about the actual things that are happening in competitive 2.0, like SR getting replaced? And yeah, SR is going away and getting replaced by the new skill divisions. And the way that this works, it's like basically the same thing as Overwatch 1 ranked mixed in with Apex Legends rank system. So how this is going to work is it's going to have the exact same rank tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, masters, and GM. However, in between those ranks, instead of there just being a hard set number represented by SR, there's going to be 5 divisions, where it's going to go from Division 5 through Division 1, where Division 5 is the lowest and Division 1 is the highest. And this is where it's exactly like Apex Legends ranking system, and I think even Rocket League has this system too. So let's give you an example to help you better understand this. So let's say we're looking at gold through platinum. In between gold and platinum, there's going to be gold 5, gold 4, gold 3, gold 2, and then gold 1. And then eventually you're going to hit platinum, which is just basically platinum 5. And even though SR is going away, you can basically look at these divisions almost like they're 100 SR apart, just without like the individual numbers in between each division. So let's say you were ranked 2150 in Overwatch 1, you're going to be a gold 4 player in Overwatch 2. But now that SR is getting replaced by these skill divisions, how do you like actually rank up? Like, if you win a game, how much of a division do you go up in the ladder? And this is going to be in the new way that's probably the biggest change within competitive 2.0, is the way that rank is given out to players after playing competitive games. So in Overwatch 1, it's traditionally given you a new rank after every single game. In Overwatch 2, a new division, because remember, SR is getting replaced by skill divisions, but a new division is going to be given to a player after every 7 wins or after 20 losses, whichever one comes first. Now, I know that sounds really confusing because we're so used to how Overwatch and basically almost every other competitive game does it, but let's just give you an example to help you better understand this before you say that it's stupid, because I think this is a really good change for competitive, in my personal opinion. So let's say you decide to play competitive Overwatch and you play your first game, and whether it's a win or a loss, it doesn't matter. It's not going to automatically give you a new rank, or in this case, a new skill division. You're going to have to continue to play until you either hit that threshold of 7 wins. Let's say in this example, you get really lucky during this play session and you go 6-2. It's still not going to give you a new skill division. So you go into another competitive game and you win that competitive game, making your record 7-2. After that 7th win, you're now going to get a new skill division. And whether you go up skill divisions, down skill divisions, or you stay the same, it's all going to be dependent on how well you did in those games and also what your record is at that play session. And because you win 7-2, you're probably going to go up in the skill division because you had such a good record. But let's use a different example where you just got broken up with your girlfriend and you decide to play competitive Overwatch and you're sad, you're depressed, and you're doing terrible, and you go 5-19. Even after that terrible play session of getting 19 losses, you're still not going to get a new skill division. However, if you play another competitive game and you lose, that makes your record 5-20. And after recording this, I wish I would have said 4-20 because that would have been funnier. But because you hit the threshold of 20 losses before you hit 7 wins, that's now now going to give you a new skill division. And once again, it's all going to be dependent on how well you did in those games, but also what your record is. And because you did absolutely abysmal, more than likely you're going to go down in skill divisions. And even though that sucks, in Overwatch 1, it would constantly show you the number just dropping and dropping and dropping, causing your depression to continue to skyrocket. But in competitive 2.0, it's more than likely not going to be the case where you reach that 20 threshold, but there does need to be that like safety net in case you do go on that long losing streak. So just to summarize, in Overwatch 2, the new way to get a competitive rank or a new skill division is to either hit the threshold of 7 wins or 20 losses, whichever one comes first. And as soon as you hit either of those thresholds, it now gets reset. So let's say you go 7 and 10, something that's a little bit more realistic. Because you hit the 7-win threshold, it's going to give you a new skill division and it's going to reset your record. Those 10 losses will not count towards the 20 lose threshold that you need. It'll just go bye-bye. So then what about placements? Because if you're not going to get a new rank after 5 placement games, how do you get a new rank at the beginning of the season? And how it's going to work is the original 5 games you would have played at the beginning of the season are going to get replaced until you hit that 7-win threshold. Remember, the new way to get a new rank is to either win 7 games or lose 20 games, and that's applied at the beginning of the season and also throughout the whole duration of the season. And that's not the only thing that's also changing competitive 2.0. Another big thing to relieve a little bit of anxiety is that the rank icon shown at the beginning of the competitive screen and on your border is going away, along with the border levels going away, but we've already kind of known that. Now, you still will be able to know what skill division you're at on your career profile. However, the icon shown at the beginning of the screen, like the gold icon next to your name, is getting replaced by a player card. And player cards are a new cosmetic item that hasn't been showcased yet, which I think they should have done a while ago, showed what's getting replaced in Overwatch 2. And also, as previously mentioned, the player borders are going away because, well, there's no level system. It's now getting replaced by the battle pass. But that also means that the rank icon at the bottom of your border is also going away too. That might be a little bit more controversial change because some people like that. Me personally, I don't really care that much, I guess, about it. I guess just some people really want to feel proud that they got into Masters. Now, I know there's a lot changing competitive 2.0, but what's actually staying the same? Well, the top 500 leaderboard and how you actually get top 500 is staying the same, and there's going to be no skill divisions within top 500 for either open queue or role queue. Competitive rewards are staying the same, with the exception of top 500 sprays and player icons, and it's just because nobody ever used them, so they're no longer going to be adding them to the seasons. They still will be made available to use if you got top 500 in Overwatch 1, just there will be no additional cosmetic items. Gold guns are staying the same, competitive points are staying the same, so you can get gold guns, and something that a lot of my colleagues are fighting for is the fact that GM players can still only group up with one other GM player. That's not going to be changing in competitive 2.0. Maybe down the road, but when Overwatch 2 launches, you GM players, you can only play with one other friend. But if you're a GM in Overwatch, more than likely you only have one other friend, if you're lucky. But those are all the major changes that I want to talk about that's taking place in competitive 2.0. Again, I will link the blog in the description below so you can see the full details from the Overwatch's side, but I think these are really good changes with a lot that's also staying the same that's still good, like gold guns still staying the same and top 500 leaderboard, but also changing the way that rank is given out after every 7 wins and 20 losses. I like that, but let me know what you guys think. So I love you guys. Thank you guys for watching more Overwatch and Overwatch 2 videos to come, and bye.
I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by that.
Hey everyone, Thornton Smash here, and today we're going to be talking about the Season 15 Battle Pass, which could either be a really good Battle Pass, or it could be suffering a major downgrade with the new additions that will be coming to it. We're also going to give out 45 bucks. All you gotta do is like, comment, subscribe. You guys know the drill, but without further ado, let's talk about the Magic Goth Battle Pass. So let's go ahead and start talking a little bit about Season 15 and the Battle Pass, which is codenamed right now as Magic Goth, and the season's official name is actually going to be Eclipse, and this makes a lot of sense because from early leaks, and these are from AG420, which are actually finished products of the new new moon map called Divided Moon, which takes place near Seer's homeworld. And this makes a lot of sense because we also know from leaks that we are going to be getting Seer's heirloom in Season 15. It's going to have certain select rose animations that Crow Rindo found in the data mined files, so all this is going to culminate in a season around the lore of Seer. Now, the reason for Magic Goth is most likely to do with the newest legend, Catalyst, who does seem to have that kind of theme around her, although do keep in mind there's likely to be some lore around Wraith as well involving the new legend Catalyst, because we know that in Season 15 we are getting the thematic skin for Wraith, as Crow Rindo also found unique animations for special finishers for Wraith, and we also know that they're going to be upgrading the prestige skins quite a bit, so do expect some changes in that regards as well. But going back to that Magic Goth Battle Pass theme, we've already seen a lot of the skins that we can be expecting, such as this Epic Seer, which will be for the Battle Pass, which does seem to be an upgrade over the ones that we saw last season, which weren't very inspired, and the Alternator is also going to be an Epic, which looks pretty solid, much better than the last ones we've seen, and the R301, which actually, in my opinion, is one of my favorites that I've seen in the game so far, at least for an Epic skin. We actually have some early banner frames for legendaries, so we do know that Ashe and Revenant will both be receiving them, along with Loba getting an Epic. In fact, Senos broke down an entire list right here, and there are holo sprays that are going to be Epic for Ashe and Revenant, and it does seem they will be getting this season's legendaries. But along with that, we are getting a Crypto Epic frame, a Lifeline Epic frame, Loba, Mirage, Newcastle, Seer, and Watson frame. And the best look that we have of the legendaries for Ashe and Revenant are actually from those holo sprays, which I'll show right here, and then we also have the Epic Seer that I just talked about. And while it does seem like we are getting upgrades in terms of these skins and a better looking thematic one thing that does seem to be a bit of a damper is that the Battle Pass does now seem to include stickers from Crow Rindo, who data mined them. And as Sage of 6 Black says right below that in response, stickers in the Battle Pass instead of new finishers, new character select animations, dive trails, better skins, animated banner frames is just wild to him, and I have to agree. The amount of useless filler we're starting to get in these Battle Passes is absolutely crazy. There are so many charms being added in. The one at the bottom is actually from Catalyst, and these are shown from Hypermist. And don't get me wrong, I think charms are cool, but to throw them in the Battle Pass as a bunch of filler when there are like 400, 500 charms that take forever to get through is just a pain. And now adding stickers in as well is very annoying. If they do end up taking out the rare skins, which no one actually uses, they get thrown in the Battle Pass as filler as well, then I could actually see stickers being somewhat valuable. I would still much rather get different legend skins, as we now have 22 different legends, and only a few of them actually get skins in the Battle Pass. I personally think that would be a much better call than throwing in stickers instead of the rare skins, but that does not seem to be what Respawn is doing. And this is kind of an annoying issue because, as you know, in Season 14, we finally got the level cap increase we've been waiting for forever. It now allows you to go up to level 2000 as you can prestige 3 times over, and we can get so many more Apex packs this way. But they kind of nerfed getting new Apex packs because with the loot pool having all these charms, holo sprays, and stickers, you're less likely to get a legendary skin through them. Kind of made the entire point of the level cap system being increased pointless. And while we continue to get these cosmetics such as those holo sprays that end up becoming ranked rewards, which no one really seems that thrilled about, the regular ranked rewards such as the badges and the trails have continued to relatively stay the same. These are the Season 14 rewards. There is one addition that is being worked on, we know from Crow Rindo, which is actually HCOG skins. This is for the 2-time bruiser right here, and I'm hopeful that we actually get to see this in Season 15 to go with the brand new moon map, which I think ranked is going to be a lot of fun on. The map overall looks gorgeous, and I would love a reason to grind ranked again, but with the rank system changing every 1 to 2 seasons and completely having to change the way you actually play it, and then getting the same rewards for trying to adjust to that system, kind of makes the whole thing an unneeded grind. This becomes an even bigger issue when you consider the fact that dive trails do disappear after 1 season. Their whole reasoning behind that was they didn't want too much in-game clutter going on, yet somehow the addition of all these extra cosmetics in putting them into the game doesn't seem to have that same effect whatsoever. Almost as if the reason they actually only made them last 1 season was to keep player retention going on instead of actually rewarding you for working hard in an ever-changing rank system. Let me know down below, how do you feel about taking out rare items like the weapon skins and putting in stickers instead, or would you rather them just work on different overhauls to the system in general? And until next time, Legends, keep slaying in the Outlands, and I'll see you out there.
Opera GX is the greatest browser that everyone should be using. If your computer runs like this, or seems like it's running inside the here, then just slap on GX Control, which lets you
Hi guys, what's up? This is Metro. I played the Overwatch 2 Early Access for the last 7 days. I played on the release patch, which means all the changes, all the balance changes that are gonna be in the game on launch on October the 4th were in this patch, and I'm gonna rate every single hero, including Kuriko, based on their strength, The balance is going to change rapidly. This is my opinion, but I think I have a pretty accurate picture on what's really strong and what's really weak. I'll go over everything and let's go. Ana, I would say decent up to A tier. Ana is a very solid main heal. Ana, I think, is one of the characters that functions really well with Kiriko. Anti is still a really good ability. Reason I kind of want to put her in B tier is because the Kiriko cleanse is a direct counter to Ana's anti and to Ana's sleep dart. So when you go up against the Kiriko, Ana is actually way weaker. So we'll see how the meta develops here. I think Ana is still a solid pick. I'll put her in upper B tier. Ashe, super solid hit scan DPS character, has been played in Overwatch League. If you didn't read the last patch notes, DPS now have a new passive. Every time you get an elimination, which means if you participate in a kill, you don't even need to get the last hit, you get a 25% movement speed bonus and reload speed bonus for like 2.5 seconds, I think it is. DPS got a really big buff, and Ashe is one of those characters that, you know, it's pretty easy to get a limb with if you just like burn someone with a Molotov cocktail, or if you just get a last hit. So Ashe really benefits from this because one of Ashe's greatest weaknesses is the reload speed. I think she's going to be insanely solid. Almost want to put her in S tier. One of the best hit scans in the game right now. Baptiste got a slight buff with the launch patch. He does a bit more damage with his primary fire. The issue with Baptiste in Overwatch 2 is Immortality is an ability that is very stationary, and the game seems to run way more fluently. There's way more back and forward in Overwatch 2 because there's not as many shields, so the game is not as stationary. So I'll put Bap in the decent C tier. I might be completely wrong on this. He might turn out to be really good with the new damage, but I think he's up as C tier, C+. Bastion recently got a buff with the Iron Clawed, I think it's called passive, coming back. So he now gets 20% damage reduction in his turret form. The new Bastion kit is really cool. The main issue Bastion still has is he has a very big hitbox. So he's still really easy to kill. On lower ranks, I think he's gonna be insane. I think he's gonna be like A tier, if you're like in plat and below. That being said, I think for high level play, I don't even want to put him in B tier because he's still gonna be easy to be killed. You know, he has a really big hitbox. I'll put him in a C+ here overall. Brigitte just got nerfed the Inspire duration, so her passive healing that heals the entire team in an AoE now lasts for a bit shorter. She has been meta in Overwatch League until now. If you've watched any Overwatch League, she's still a pretty solid character. Brig is Brig. She's always going to be pretty solid unless they nerf her to the ground. I'll put her in B tier. Cassidy. Cassidy is one of those heroes that doesn't really have a place in the meta right now, sadly, you know? In Overwatch 1, he has the stun, which is his main utility. He can shut down Tracers, Genjis. He's very deadly close range. But in Overwatch 2, it got replaced with a Molotov cocktail that just does damage after a second of attaching. So he doesn't have the utility of the stun, and he really suffers from it. So I don't think in his current form he's any good. There's no reason to play a Cassidy over something like an Ashe. I'll put him in D tier. Sorry, Cassidy. Doomfist, again, if you've not played Overwatch 2 yet, is now a tank. He's not a DPS anymore. He was really strong on release, then he got slight nerfs. I think he's pretty solid. We might see metas with Doomfist. I think he's a solid tank pick. I don't think he's top of the line. I'll put him in B tier. D.Va just got a recent buff. Her boosters now do 25 damage instead of 10. So if you boost into someone, you get a quite significant damage increase. Her rockets have a shorter cooldown. She's really, really good. I talked to Flat. He played her, and the first game he played, it was like, wow, this is busted. I don't think she's completely busted. I think she will see play. She's definitely better now, but the main issue with her is still that she doesn't have any main tank ability. You know, she doesn't have a bubble. So after you run out of Matrix, she's kind of eh. So she's not the best at protecting a team compared to something like the Winston. I'll put her in A tier anyways. I think D.Va has a lot of potential. I think she's gonna be pretty fucking good. Sorry for the F word. Echo. Every character in one. Not a lot of changes going on with the character compared to Overwatch 1. Solid pick. Really good with the Mercy. Really good burst potential still. Solid low A tier, A-. Good character. Genji. S tier. Insane character. Has been insane since the start of Overwatch 2 beta. He was meta in the first season of Overwatch League. He has been meta in the GOATs, in the Junker Queen GOATs meta. He's deadly on close range. There's almost no stuns anymore, so he can do whatever he wants. He's insane. He's also one of the characters that benefits the most from the new DPS passive. So again, new DPS passive, more movement speed. when you get a kill. So when Genji dashes in and he gets a kill, not only do you have a V-dash, you also have faster movement speed now, which is gonna make him insanely hard to kill. Once he pops off, he's gonna snowball really hard. Probably the best DPS in the game right now, in my opinion. He's insane. Hanzo. About snipers in Overwatch 2, a lot of people thought that snipers are not gonna be that good, or a lot of people thought they're gonna be really good because there's no shields anymore. I think Hanzo kind of fell off. Sorry, Hanzo. I'll put him in D tier. He's not the best close range unless you have storm arrows. And he's not the best long range anymore. And he can be shut down by dive very easily. He dies pretty easily. I just don't think he's very solid in the current meta. I don't think snipers are a thing. Unless it's like a really long range map like Havana or the new Circuit Royale. D+. D+. Still better than Cassidy, honestly. Junker Queen. Hard meta for the Junker Queen Goats meta. Was a must pick. Now her rallying call, her best ability that gives overshield to her and her allies got nerfed very significantly. Again, I'll link the entire patch notes on the release patch below. She's definitely not hard meta anymore, and in playtesting, she seems like a pretty solid tank still, but I don't think she's gonna be like S or A tier. I'll put her in high B tier. She's still a really good tank. She still has a lot of playmaking potential, but again, her main ability, rallying call, way weaker for your allies, so she's good. She's pretty balanced. Junkrat. Junkrat, one of those heroes that is struggling in Overwatch 2. Mostly because he's very good at spamming chokes, right? Holding ground. But again, there's less shields. So the stationary gameplay of Overwatch 1 doesn't really exist anymore in Overwatch 2. And once Junkrat has to move around or hit people in an open field, he becomes way worse than a hit scan, for example. So all I can do is put Junkrat in D tier. Lucio. Hard meta in Junker Queen Goats. Again, Lucio always been a solid support character. Sound Barrier is a really good ult. He's really mobile. His speed for his team is still going to be really beneficial. I think he's going to be insane in dive comms or rush comms with Reinhardt or Monkey. Definitely going to see a lot of play. I'll put him high A tier. Almost want to put him in S tier. Lucio is insane. New Mercy. Mercy got a ton of changes. Sorry, I hit my mic. I'm so sorry. Mercy got a ton of changes. The Guardian Angel is now way easier to use. You can still use it the old way, like in Overwatch 1, but there's more movement abilities. I'm not a Mercy expert, but I know Mercy mains now kind of like Mercy again after all the changes. She seems really fluid to play now. She's really fun. Really high movement skill ceiling. And again, she's going to be a situational pick. I think she's going to be really good with characters like Ashe or Echo. Depending on what the meta is going to be, which I think is going to be dive. She's going to struggle in dive a bit, but I think she's still pretty solid. I'll put her B tier. Zenyatta got back to 200 HP. He used to be 225. He still has his kick, but again, Zenyatta is really vulnerable if he gets Doven. Like, he's really easy to kill. And the current meta, again, I think encourages a lot of movement, a lot of fast movement, a lot of dive, a lot of rush. I really hate to say this. I'll put him in C tier. High C tier. Moira is a very interesting character. On her own, she seems pretty weak right now. Probably the worst healer in the game, you know? She doesn't have the utility of Ana. She doesn't have the utility of Mercy. She doesn't have the damage of Zenyatta. She's just a heal bot in that sense. I think she's going to be one of the best picks with Kiriko. I might be completely wrong on this, but Kiriko, with her teleport ability, can jump around a lot. And combine that with Moira, that is also really mobile with her shift. I think she's gonna be pretty good. Not on her own, but in combination with Kiriko. I will put her in high C tier, but I think we could see a meta where she's being played in dive together with Kiriko. I'm a DPS player, but this is the first time I really, really enjoy playing a support. I have like a ton of time on her right now. She's insanely high skill ceiling. She is by far the hardest support, harder than Ana, harder than Zenyatta. One of the hardest characters to master in the game. And here's where the issue is, right? I think all of us, including the highest level players, are gonna struggle to pick her up at the very start. Because again, the way she works is her damage only really does a lot if you hit headshots. But once you get down to hitting headshots, once you get her movement down, and once you get the timing of her cleanse down, which is a really short, tight window, she's gonna be insane. So I'm really struggling here because I want to put her in S tier. Because if you play Kiriko perfectly, she's gonna be absolutely insane. She does probably the highest damage output of any healer other than Zenyatta with a Discord. And so much utility, so much fast movement speed, and still decent healing. Probably the new best ultimate in the game. Kitsune Rush, if you guys don't know what it does, it creates like a field of a field with a fox in front of you. And every character in that field gets like double the movement speed, double the fire rate, half the cooldown on all your abilities. What that means is, if you combine Kitsune Rush with something like a Bastion or a Soldier, they're gonna shoot twice as fast, they're gonna deal double damage. We're getting to the territory where you can actually burst down people in Transcendence, for example. It's insanely good. It is such a good ult and so fun to use. If you want to see what happens when you combine it with something like a Bastion or a Soldier, click this video. Just came out and you'll see. Insanely high skill ceiling character. So I think all of you guys, including myself, I struggled hard to pick her up, to get decent at her. But once you get good at her, she's gonna be insane. She's gonna be insane. I'll put her in S tier. I think she's gonna be a really good character. Orisa recently got a buff. 50 more HP, I think, and her Javelin cooldown got reduced. Sadly, she's a really fun character in Overwatch 2, like no more shield. If you don't know about the rework, check out the Orisa rework in general. She's a new character now. Sadly, she still seems kind of weakish. She doesn't really protect the team as well. She doesn't have a bubble or a shield. So she's kind of struggling in the meta. I think she's better than before with the buffs. I don't see her being played a lot though right now still. Like, she's a really cool character, a really fun character in lower levels, but on high level, I think people will get bullied on her. Pharah has this one issue where she's only really good with Mercy, even in Overwatch 2. So unless we're getting into a meta where it's Pharah Mercy, and then a Dive Monkey and a Genji and a Lucio or something, which I don't see happening, I'll put her C tier. Almost want to put her D tier. She's just not that great in Overwatch 2. Reaper recently got a buff. His spread is now reduced. His spread angle got reduced, so he's really deadly close range. I only played him for like a game or so. He seems really good. Not OP. I think he might see some play. I think on low level he's gonna be insane. High level, I don't know. In like mid C tier. Reinhardt? I don't know about Reinhardt. I think Reinhardt is gonna be a map dependent pick. I think he's way better now. He still needs a Lucio to function, or like some kind of speed boost. That being said, I think he has a lot of playmaking potential with Kiriko, in combination with Kiriko, because Kiriko can teleport away and to the Rhine and stay behind his shield. He can also teleport to the Rhine to save him if your Rhine charges into their backline, right? So if you're playing a monkey Rhine, I think Rhino is going to be really good with Kiriko. I'll put him in mid B tier. Roadhog, I hate the character, but on ladder, I think he's gonna be a very solid tank pick, sadly, because he's just a fat DPS. He still one-shots people. He's now basically unkillable. He has more HP than in Overwatch 1, but your teammates are gonna hate you because he doesn't provide any protection to the team. If you're insane at hooks, go ahead, pick Roadhog, but just know that your teammates are gonna hate you. In pro play, I don't see him being played that much, so on highest level, I'll put him in B tier. Sigma? Very solid tank. Sigma is just like one of those tanks that has a lot of utility. You have the grasp to eat projectiles. You have a shield you can put anywhere. He's very good at holding down chokes or long lanes. He's already being played in the latest patch in Overwatch League on maps like Circuit Royale. I think he's a very solid pick. A+ tier. Almost S tier. Definitely one of the best tanks in the game currently, in my opinion. Sojourn used to be insane. Got nerfed twice now. She's still really good. A tier. A tier. Very high skill ceiling hit scan / hybrid character. If you hit your railgun shots, she's insane. Insane mobility, insanely fun character. I fucking love her. Probably my second favorite character now after my main. I don't know if she's gonna be as good as Ashe in most situations now, but very solid character, very good. My boy. You know, if I put him in trash, then Cassidy also needs to be trash. Yo, Metro from the future here. Short update. I was wrong about a hero, and we're talking about my boy Soldier 76. So I initially put him in trash tier, and after playing the game for a bit more, I gotta say I was kind of wrong about him. Two things I learned. He's insanely good with Kiriko. Visor plus Kiriko ult is an insanely strong combo. That alone has like a lot of playmaking potential. But also he's one of the heroes that benefit the most from the new DPS passive. Getting kills, movement speed and reload speed increased. Soldier is insanely mobile. He's participating in a lot of Olymps. Actually really good for him. That combined with Kiriko being meta, I will move him from trash tier up to B tier. I don't think he's quite like super playable yet, but he's pretty solid and not complete garbage anymore. Sombra got another buff. This one is a very tricky one because I don't know yet. I haven't played enough Sombra. But now her hack that you can, by the way, in Overwatch 2 cast every 4 seconds, that gives your entire team wall hacks and gives more bonus damage to the target you hack. And now hacks targets or disables abilities for 1.75 seconds instead of 1. So it's kind of going back to the Overwatch 1 Sombra, and that's going to be really good against a tank, right? If you time the hack properly, you can shut down the tank in a lot of teamfights really well. She might be meta. I hope she's not, because don't get me wrong, I love Sombra, but I hate the Sombra playstyle where you're the tank on the other team and you just can't play the game because you're perma-hacked. She's really good now, I think. She's a really good character. Her new EMP has insane playmaking potential. It does a lot of damage. She's really good. Mid-A tier. Symmetra and Torbjorn. I know there's still Symmetra mains and Torb mains that love playing those characters. They're really cool, but they just don't function in Overwatch 2 because they're both characters that were designed to hold ground, right? They have turrets that are designed to hold a specific point. Because Overwatch 2 is such a fast-moving game, the situations where you get a lot of value out of your turrets, both Torb turret and Symmetra turrets, just don't happen anymore. They just don't really have a place in the current meta. I think they're still fun characters. I think you can still make Torb work on lower level. They need reworks, Blizzard, in my opinion. They need reworks. Those two heroes and Roadhog are the only heroes in Overwatch 2 where I feel like they don't really fit the game. Roadhog is just a fat DPS. He's not a tank, so he should be reworked. I don't know what they should do about them, but yeah, they're trash. Tracer. Solid A tier. Tracer got a nerf from Overwatch 1 compared to Overwatch 2. Almost no stuns anymore. Her main shutdowns in Overwatch 1 were Flashbang and Brigitte stun. Both of those abilities don't exist anymore. She can do even more in the backline. Damage. She's really, really good if you're really skilled at her. If you're not really skilled and you miss a lot of pulse bombs, she's gonna be kind of weak. But this is for highest level. If you are a good tracer, you can hard carry on the character. She's really solid. Widowmaker, same page as Hanzo. Not quite as bad. I almost want to put her in like higher C tier because she will have a few maps where she's going to be meta. Havana, long sightlines. Circuit Royale, long sightlines. On very long range maps or very long range points, she's going to be insane. But again, as soon as you get to points where closing the distance to her is going to be kind of easy, then fast characters like Lucio, Genji, Tracer, Kiriko, Monkey, Diva will just roll her over and she won't get any value out of her, even if you have insane aim. So she's going to be a very map-dependent pick. She's definitely not going to be strong on every map, but on the maps that are long range, she's going to be insane. I'm going to put her in C because she's solid on some and really useless on others. Winston! I call it here. I'm going to die on this hill. I think Winston is going to be the best tank in Overwatch 2. He has the bubble that protects his team. He can initiate. I think Dive is going to be nuts with Kiriko. Kiriko and Winston can play together because Winston can jump in. Kiriko can teleport in behind him. You know, Winston can jump out and Kiriko can get out behind him. He's gonna have insane playmaking potential. And now that Junker Queen is kinda dead or not as playable anymore, he's gonna be the tank to initiate. I think Dive is gonna be nuts in Overwatch 2, especially with the Genji. Imagine if a Genji and a Winston jump at the same time, and then you have a Kiriko teleporting in behind them, cleansing them, you know, in case someone is sleeping or antied. It's gonna be insane. Ooh, Wrecking Ball. Got a really big nerf with the latest patch, because now his passive, or his, what is it called, his overshield, gives ult charge, so he's gonna give way more ult charge to the other team. I just don't think he's very good. Again, he has the same issue that Orisa has, in the sense that, yeah, he can create space, but he doesn't have any protection for the team. In Overwatch 2, there's only one tank, right? So you, as the tank, need to kind of protect your team, and unless you hit like a big pile drive and get the other team to like spread out or focus you, he has a very hard time protecting his team, protecting his healers. That's why I think he's kind of in a limbo right now. Mei! Actually, I do think a lot of people don't like the new Mei because she doesn't freeze people anymore. But I think the new left click is even better. It slows them and it deals like a good amount of damage. So if you wall people off now and you slow them, they'll die even faster than whereas before in Overwatch 1 you would have frozen them and then you would have killed them. Mei is actually quite solid. Again, I think it's going to be map dependent. She's going to be good in like tight chokes where you can get a lot of value out of your wall. I think she's pretty solid in Overwatch 2. I think she's a great character and definitely not as frustrating to play against anymore because, again, she doesn't freeze people. Zarya, last patch, completely useless. Now I kind of want to rate her really high. I think Zarya, highest damage output in the game for a tank probably, if you get your charge up. Has 2 bubbles now that you can use on yourself or your allies. You have a really good amount of protection. Graviton Surge is still an insane ult. I think she's going to have a lot of playmaking potential and she might be a good hero in Rush. I think she's going to be very solid. The one thing I want to mention for tanks, I think they're going to be map dependent and that's what I really like about Overwatch 2 compared to Overwatch 1. I think the meta is going to revolve around maps anymore and I think more tanks will be viable than what we had in the last patch where it was only Junker Queen. Again, the meta is going to shift really fast in the first like few weeks because it's a new game, it's a new patch. People have very little clue of what's good right now unless you're like Overwatch League. Let's see how this tier list holds up. I think it is pretty accurate. Thanks for watching. I hope you found this somewhat informative. If you like these kind of series, let me know in the comments. And it might be like a thing I do every season if you want, because the devs also announced they're gonna put out a really big balance patch every season to make every season feel unique and fresh. So hopefully we'll have lots of balance talk in the next few months. I'm super excited to play Overwatch 2. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next time. Bye.
Better use plus 500.
What?
Because trading with plus 500, it's like playing bridge for the first time. Plus knowing Grandma's on your team.
Hi, Grandma.
Plus 500. It's trading with a plus.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the channel. I'm Stylosa, and in this video we're going to take a look at Kiriko's abilities and show very specific examples of their usage so we get a better idea of the way this new support hero will function. Okay, so the first ability we're going to take a look at is Healing of Fuda. Now you will notice you've got 10 of these in reserve as your ammunition. However, you fire 2 per shot. Now, in the middle of the screen there is a new UI. This denotes 5 of the Healing of Fuda. However, when you fire 1 of these, you basically fire 2 of them out. And you will see that you've got up to 5 that can be kept in reserve. So 5 shots and there's 2 charges in each shot kind of thing. And then you need to reload. Now, if you hold down primary fire, you will just throw all of these out in sequence. However, you can decide to throw a few out, reload, then throw even more out and go for that kind of playstyle. However, as you can see, they lock onto targets when you fire them. Now, if there is a target that is fully healed and you try to heal them, the Healing of Fuda will just pass through them and they will remain blue. They will not change to the sort of typical Overwatch healing color, which is this yellow kind of gold. Now, it is important to note they move very slow, so you will not be firing this from across the map and hoping to heal a Widowmaker. No, you'll have to use one of her other abilities, which is called Swift Step, to teleport directly to that Widow in that example to save her life. So talking of teleport examples, let's take a look at teleporting to a Reinhardt to save him. Now, in this example, you will see Kiriko teleport through a wall. Also, you may notice the cooldown of Swift Step, but we'll get onto that in a second. However, Reinhardt, he's took a lot of damage here, and he's being pumped full of healing. This is the maximum healing output of Kiriko, obviously without any kind of weapon speed increase or healing output increase, you know, or anything like that. This is a raw healing. You can see it's not that much. It is kind of, I don't want to say it's low, but obviously she's got other abilities in her kit, notably the Protection Suzu, which do make up for this in a big way. But yeah, Kiriko is not a massive burst healer, but she is able to keep you alive in a burst. That's the funky thing about her. Before we get on to Protection Suzu, let's take a look at her primary fire. This is the kunai. This is really funky. So it's very hard to hit and actually does quite, well, not a lot of damage. So the damage statistics have been provided by EVA, an Overwatch streamer that went to the Overwatch Kiriko event, and they say that her knives do 40 damage per shot, which we can obviously verify in the little clip that we got here with the practice bots. However, they do 120 damage for headshots. That's massive. Now, again, in this example, when we're looking at the training bots, you can see that 2 shots kill the training bot. You know, that's doing a ton of damage. There's 140 damage going in with each headshot, obviously, which equals 280, which annihilates one of these bots. This is massive damage. This does mean that Kiriko is going to be very high skill cap. You think of Kiriko as like...
Voxy, get 5G on all plans powered by Vodafone.
Bring imagination to life.
Thank you.
Sophology. Feel at home on a sofa you love.
A Zen on steroids. If a Tracer tries to harass this Kiriko, you can just turn around and hit her in the head twice and she's dead. I mean, that is massive. Or she just hit her in the head and then melee her and then slap her a bit more. You know, like, that is really, really mental for a support to have that massive damage burst potential. And of course, you can use this offensively as well. If you teleport into the enemy team, maybe trying to save one of your own flankers, you can use Kiriko's kunai triple damage headshot to just go crazy and really farm that crit damage. I think this might be really strong against heroes like Diva, who are quite easy to hit in the crit box, or even a Roadhog or a Reinhardt. Ooh, it's going to be something else, or an Orisa as well. So let's take a look at Swift Step. This is the teleport. This is a pretty long range teleport, as you can see from the demo material we have got from Blizzard, from their recent Kiriko dev blog. This looks mental. Like, this is going to be very powerful with that kind of range. Now, you will also notice the cooldown on this is 7 seconds. This means you're not going to be able to teleport into the enemy team, save somebody who is maybe brain dead, feeding, absolutely turbo feeding their brains out, like, oh no, Tracer's killing herself, I'll jump onto my Tracer and then I will throw my Protection Suzu into her to keep her alive and remove negative effects, and then I will heal her and then I will escape. No, you'll probably die because you've got 7 seconds, and in 7 seconds that's an absolute age in Overwatch. So there's going to be a lot of play here with Kiriko teleporting in, maybe trying to manage her abilities, staying alive, and then getting out of there. It's going to be some really cool gameplay. I think this is it's going to be super interesting. And again, in this example, you can see Kiriko teleporting through a wall to heal Reinhardt. Now, this does show a glaring weakness of the hero. Kiriko is going to be caught out of position a lot, I think, especially as players are trying to get used to using her. You're going to jump in, you're going to try and save your tank, and then you're just going to get destroyed as everyone gets rolled over. It's going to be pretty funny to see. Next up, we've got Protection Suzu. Now, this basically puts you into Reaper Wraith form. That's kind of the easy way of looking at this. So she can throw this onto allies, and what it will do is make them immune to all damage, but also remove certain negative effects from them. Things like Anna's anti-nade, which also means Junker Queen's anti-heal, will be removed if you get Protection Suzu thrown onto you. It also means as well, and I think this is where it gets super interesting, is it can counter sleep. But before I show you that, take a look at the cooldown. It's 14 seconds. So again, this is pretty much like your Anna Bionade in terms of when you use this, enemy players will see you use it and they will know that now there is a window of opportunity to be aggressive on Kiriko and aggressive on her team. So you're going to have to be very careful when you use this. It's basically a massive tell, because without this, Kiriko can be killed. Because, of course, she can use this to avoid things like Junkrat's Riptire or any kind of ultimate that would kill her or kill her team. And that is really, really strong. You know, think of a Diva Bomb. Well-timed Suzu will totally deflect that. Okay, let's go back to the whole thing about sleep. This is a counter to sleep. This is really, really good. So obviously the main counter to sleep in Overwatch at the moment is taking damage. If a target is slept and then the target takes damage, well, then it gets back up. But you can't damage your own team. So sleep was like, uh-oh, our main tank is asleep. If the enemy team are good, they will ignore that main tank, and then you don't have a tank, and you probably lose that fight. However, Kiriko is a direct counter to Anna. If that target is slept, the Kiriko on your team, for the first time literally in Overwatch, can launch a Protection Suzu at you and remove that negative effect. So you can just stand the hell back up. That is mega strong. That is really super incredible strong. Holy hell. She's got wall climb as well, which is, you know, it's just a standard Shimada wall climb. Okay, let's take a look at the ultimate. The ultimate is Kitsune Rush, and this gives you a movement speed increase, it gives you an attack speed increase, it gives you a reduction in cooldowns. This is like a Batiste window on utter, amazingly powerful steroids, because you just stand in it. You don't need to fire through it. You stand in this and you get the buffs. I think this will probably be heavily nerfed in the future, because I think this is going to be massively strong. You can see Soldier is being used in this example. He's just firing away at massively increased fire rates. He's obviously going to be able to move faster. Yeah. Now, on the negative side of this, or maybe the counterplay side, it's going to be obvious that this is used. It's a massive...
uprating benefits, because the expectation, certainly from Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson, was that they would be uprated in line with inflation, running at about 10%. The government hasn't said it is committed to that yet, should they?
I think probably the issue is that the energy package will reduce headline inflation potentially by 5%.
Oh, right.
So then you get the question of whether it would be right to uprate by a different number, and if so, why? I don't know, but I'm just thinking that is probably where we are right now, is seeing what the state of the inflationary part of the economic cycle is.
But in the meantime, those people have got to worry. They've got to worry about the amount of money that they're going to get.
Amount of support for their energy bills.
Let's go into the hall, because Kwasi Kwarteng is just strolling across there, making his way to the lectern, quite slowly and measured.
What a day. It has been tough, but we need to focus on the job in hand. We need to move forward. No more distractions. We have a plan, and we need to get on and deliver it. That's what the public expects. That's what the public expects from the government. But first, conference, welcome back to Birmingham. This is a remarkable city. It has a history of great brilliance. Joseph Chamberlain in the 19th century was an extraordinary civic leader who led Birmingham and the world through the Industrial Revolution. And today, Andy Street is following in that great tradition. Graphs and grit turned this small town first into a thriving industrial market, then into one of the centers of the Industrial Revolution, which powered and grew not just the British economy, but provided the new technologies that changed the world forever. The Industrial Revolution was one of the most monumental transformations in human history, and it began here, with determination and application. Those Britons built a thriving economy. They inspire me today. They remind us that in Britain, with the British people, absolutely anything is possible. Our plan today focuses on the same bold sentiment, the same inspiration, to deal with the challenges of today by giving people the tools they need to thrive tomorrow, to get Britain moving. We have great ideas. We have the same inspirational people, and I know we have the same determination. Our growth plan, set out 10 days ago, will ensure we focus relentlessly on economic growth, because we must face up to the fact that for too long, our economy has not grown enough. The path ahead of us was one of slow, managed decline. But I refuse to accept that it is somehow Britain's destiny to fall back into middle league status, or that the tax burden reaching a 70-year high is somehow inevitable. It isn't, and it shouldn't be. We needed a new approach focused on raising economic growth, because that is the only real way to deliver opportunities, to deliver higher wages, to deliver more jobs, and crucially, to deliver that revenue to fund our precious public services. And it is the best and only way of achieving long-term fiscal sustainability. Because it is only by raising economic growth that we will spread opportunity and prosperity to every corner of our country. With economic growth, everybody benefits, and I mean everybody. While we all believe in growth, we as Conservatives also believe that it is an important principle that people should keep more of the money they earn. I don't need to tell you that. I don't need to tell you that. I don't need to tell you that. That isn't radical, that isn't irresponsible. It is a deeply held belief that we all share as Conservatives. We were faced with a 70-year high tax burden. We were confronted with low growth, and the path we were on was clearly unsustainable. So that's why we are cutting taxes for working people. That's why we will reverse the national insurance hike on the 6th of November. And that's why we will bring forward the 1p cut to the basic rate of income tax by 1 year. That's why we will take 200,000 people out of paying stamp duty altogether. Taken together, this is what our support will do for all our people. Thanks to our energy intervention, a typical person in a semi-detached property will save £1,150 on their energy bills this winter, on top of the £400 discount. And if they are earning an average salary, they will benefit from an additional tax cut of around £400. That is almost a £2,000 saving this year alone. But I can be frank, I know the plan put forward only 10 days ago has caused a little turbulence. I get it. We are listening and have listened. And now I want to focus on delivering the major parts of our growth package. Because with energy bills skyrocketing, a painful COVID aftermath, war on our continent, a 70-year high tax burden, slowing global growth rates, and glacially slow infrastructure delivery, we couldn't simply do nothing. We can't sit idly by. What Britain needs more than ever is economic growth, and a government wholly committed to economic growth. That is why we will forge a new economic deal for Britain, backed by an ironclad commitment to fiscal discipline. More businesses. more businesses, more jobs, higher pay, more money for public services. Because we cannot have a strong NHS without a strong economy. We can't have good schools without a strong economy. We cannot fund our armed forces without a strong economy. So growing our economy should be our central and guiding mission. With this plan, we are aiming for 2.5% annual trend growth. We've done it before, and we can do it again. And even in the face of extreme volatility in global markets, with major currencies wrestling an incredibly strong US dollar, and longer-term trends from demographic change to climate change, we will show that our plan is sound, that it is credible, and that it will increase growth. That is our pledge to the people of this country. However, conference, there is an immediate challenge facing not just our country, not just our people, but the whole of Europe. The high cost of energy driven by Putin's barbaric invasion of Ukraine. Cast your mind back just 4 weeks ago. We had dire warnings of extreme energy prices to come. Corner shops to heavy industry predicted unprecedented disruption. Business groups feared mass unemployment. Entire livelihoods were on the line. Make no mistake, this was a very real prospect for our country. So within 48 hours of taking office, we announced one of the most significant interventions ever conceived by the British state. Annual energy bills of up to £6,500 from next year were staring us in the face. Everybody was worried. Now, we are holding down the price at an average of £2,500. Not just this winter, like the Labour Party promised, but next winter too. 2 years of significant taxpayer support to protect our people. Because this government will always be on the side of those who need help the most. For our businesses too, conference, help is on its way. A local pub could save £3,100 a month, cutting their bills by 40%. And we've also frozen alcohol duty. Make no mistake, this is a monumental support package to protect millions of families and businesses from devastating price hikes unleashed by Vladimir Putin. There is no doubt that this is a substantial intervention. But we had no choice. Doing something was simply not an option. We couldn't just cross our fingers and hope for the best. The price of inaction would have been far greater than the cost of the scheme. We will deal with the short-term shocks caused by Putin, but we must also go for growth to ensure we are much more self-sufficient. We will tackle the mistakes of the past to ensure the UK can never again be blackmailed by people such as Putin and his like. When COVID hit our shores, we were right to intervene to protect lives and livelihoods. And I can say in all sincerity that we went into that crisis in a much better position because of the action we have taken over the last decade. Because of successive Conservative governments, the UK now has the second lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. And throughout this urgent endeavour of ours to protect Britain from high energy costs, and in response to the urgent need to grow our economy, we have taken the appropriate action. Our entire approach will be underpinned by a strong institutional framework which enhances growth in our country, including our independent Bank of England and Office for Budget Responsibility. We will have a strong fiscal anchor with debt falling as a proportion of GDP over the medium term. That is the Conservative way. But today we face new challenges. And in addressing those challenges, we will act in a fiscally sustainable and responsible way. That is why, shortly, we will publish our medium-term fiscal plan, setting out our approach more fully. It will set out how we plan to get debt falling as a percentage of GDP over the medium term. And I have asked the OBR to publish a full economic and fiscal forecast alongside our medium-term fiscal plan. There is no path to higher sustainable growth without fiscal responsibility. Conservatives have always known this, and we know it still. And it is because we are Conservatives that we remain absolutely committed to being serious custodians of the public purse. This is what defines us and separates us from the Labour Party. But conference, to grow the economy, we really do need to do things differently. We know that it is our towns and cities which drive much of our economic growth today. Business investment, skills, science and technology, infrastructure, housing, energy supply, strong financial services. These are the key ingredients for higher economic growth and well-funded public services. I had the great privilege of being business secretary for nearly 2 years. I visited every corner of this country. I saw the creativity, the drive, the entrepreneurial spirit. We have to celebrate our entrepreneurs, our business people, our job creators, people who are taking risks. But I also saw where government got in the way of progress. My job now is to free that potential. This starts with investment zones. We will empower local areas to do things differently, just as here in Birmingham. We will liberalise planning rules, releasing land and accelerating development. We will cut taxes for businesses in those zones. We will accelerate tax reliefs for new structures and for new buildings. We will provide relief on investments on plant and machinery. We will lower taxes which stop businesses hiring and skilling up their workforce. That is an unprecedented set of incentives for business to invest, to create jobs, to build right across our country. And it will start right now. Conference, we will get Britain moving. But too often, regulation holds business and Britain back. Stifling red tape puts up too many barriers for entrepreneurs looking to scale up. There are too many rules for small business owners who want to take on an apprentice. There are too many burdens on our finance sector, stopping it from investing in key projects. And when Britain's innovators, job creators, entrepreneurs, and risk takers are held back, so is Britain. That is why we will review, replace, or repeal retained EU law holding our country back. We will also speed up the delivery of infrastructure and promote house building to create a true home-owning, shareholding democracy. Unapologetically and emphatically, we will get out of the way to get Britain building and on its feet. Over the coming days and weeks, we will forge ahead and break down the barriers that have held our country back for too long. On childcare, agriculture, immigration, planning, energy, broadband, business, financial services. Sensible economic reforms to produce more of the products and services we need to drive down costs, to create jobs, and to generate higher pay and productivity. And when it comes to those who would hold us back, we will act. Pernicious strike action disrupts the lives of British people and slows down our economy. It stops children going to school. It stops parents from going to work. And it stops people from getting the vital care that they need. Action which slows down our economy cannot be the policy of any serious party serious about growth. And a party which is not serious about growth can never be considered fit for office. So we will introduce important reforms to stop strike action from derailing our daily lives. Reform to get Britain moving. Conference, I am unashamedly a pro-business conservative. I know that the interests of business and hard-working families are not in conflict. They are aligned. When businesses thrive, they create more jobs, they raise wages, and they contribute more for our public services. Rather than bashing business, we are backing it. That is why we need to make our tax system simpler, more competitive, and pro-growth. So we will reverse the planned increase in corporation tax, ensuring we have the lowest rate in the G20. This will plough almost £19 billion a year back into the economy. That's £19 billion for businesses to reinvest, to create jobs and raise wages. We will reverse the reforms to IR35 that have added unnecessary complexity and cost for so many businesses. We will maintain the £1 million annual investment allowance, giving 100% tax relief on investments in plant and machinery. For over a decade, the Conservative Party has stood up for working people in this country. Since 2010, we have delivered the lowest unemployment since the 1970s, 1 million new businesses, more than doubling the tax-free personal allowance. We've taken 2 million of the lowest paid out of paying tax altogether. The national living wage, boosting the pay packets of the lowest paid. Fuel duty, frozen for 12 years. The £1,000 uplift in universal credit, making sure work always pays. These are great achievements, conservative achievements. And let us not forget, when this party came into government, we were met with the full force of Labour's economic incompetence. No money left, taxes raised, record unemployment. We reversed that story of national decline. But even after 3 election defeats, they still haven't learnt their lesson. The Labour Party would have you believe that every penny you earn should go straight into the government's coffers. The Labour Party believe that they know how to spend your money better than you do. The Labour Party believe that they can tax their way to growth. We don't believe that. We believe in low tax, high growth, and fiscal discipline. We are conservatives. And that conference is what our growth plan delivers. Last week, we saw a Labour Party with the same old ideas, renationalisation, empty slogans, no plan for growth. But we as Conservatives believe in Britain. We love this country. Our patriotism isn't something that we turn on and off and negotiate like the Labour Party. It goes to the core of what it is to be a Conservative. It is an unyielding quality. Yes, we have challenges to face, but our plan will take this country forward. We will get Britain moving. We will deliver lower taxes for you and your family, and we will grow our economy. I know we can achieve that goal. With grit, with drive, and with determination, we can meet the challenges of this new era. Thank you.
Roger Kwarteng finishing a 20-minute speech there. I just saw Nadine Zahawi do a thumbs up. Liz Truss looks pleased, so does he, because it was a sticky wicket from this morning after he had to announce that screeching U-turn, reversing the cut in the higher top rate of tax. But everybody looks pleased, or maybe they just looked relieved that he managed to deliver it, restating Conservative principles as he sees it. He wants more people to keep more of what they earn, I should say. He also wants that dash for growth and set out pretty well what he said in the mini budget, how they are going to achieve it, with supply-side reform as well as tax cuts. There was a slightly different tone, though, to 10 days ago, because he also talked about and actually lauded the institutions of the Bank of England and the Office for Budget Responsibility, and said these are our great institutions that will underpin the fiscal discipline that I will oversee. He said he would have an ironclad grip on fiscal discipline. Well, let's find out what our guests here thought of it. Vicky, first of all, did he do enough to reassure those sitting there in the conference hall?
It'll go some way towards calming the anxiety, I think. I mean, that was the point about the U-turn overnight, wasn't it? Get it out of the way, then he could make this speech and hopefully try to move on. So, yes, as you say, the differences, the add-ons from the mini-budget are talking about fiscal discipline, something that, obviously, as he sat there last time, stood there and announced billions of pounds of unfunded tax cuts, you know, that's really partly what the markets were responding to. Now, that is all still there. And we also still don't have the full picture of what he's going to do and how he's going to show that he's going to bring debt down in the medium term. We still obviously need that OBR report. We need to see these supply-side reforms he's talking about.
And no sign of that being brought forward?
No, although, again, lots of MPs still feeling he can't wait till the 23rd of November. That's going to be too late. These other announcements, I think there's 7 or 8 of them, are going to come in the next few weeks. So it begins to paint the picture a bit more fully. But again, I think people would say, you know, it's all in the wrong order. Actually, this all should have been done a bit earlier before you came to that bit. And he tried to justify that, didn't he, by saying we had to act urgently because of the energy problem. But actually, some are saying he could have just done that bit and not the rest of it. Sebastian?
I think Kwasi Kwarteng gave a very solid performance there, and if it was to channel one catchphrase, it will be Corporal Jones, don't panic. Like, he was very much trying to calm everything down, say we are going to be fiscally responsible, we are going to do our sums, and what happened last week was a blip, and I think at the beginning of his speech, the Chancellor was quite clear that he admitted they had got it wrong, he took it on the chin. There was not really any new policy in that, though, which you could maybe understand, given what's happened over the last 10 days. But I think, again, he's trying to be reassuring, but what you didn't see there is Kwasi Kwarteng is a very confident individual, and I think that sort of came across quite solid, but there was none of the sort of the brash or the bravado that you saw in the mini budget. So I think you can see there's been a bit of humility over the events the past couple of weeks, but I think people will look at that and say, okay, that was solid. And Tory party members seem to like it. You know, they were clapping when he was talking about, you know, the tax cuts and the supply side reform. But as you were saying, Vicky, no details on what they're going to look like, when they're actually going to be done. But I imagine he'll be pretty happy with how that went.
What about you, Richard? He said fairly early on, I know the plan, his plan in the mini-budget has caused a little bit of turbulence. Maybe an understatement, some people would say. I get it, though, he says. I get it. Has it reassured you?
Yeah, look, there certainly has been turbulence, and when you look at the energy price cap, we talk about that. It's complicated, it's big, it's scary. But let's keep it simple. You know, my customers are my constituents, and they're really hurting at the moment. So in terms of new policies and, you know, whatever new ideas might be announced, that's why I keep going back to this universal credit uplift. You know, let's try and help them, the poorest in the UK, the people who are the most vulnerable. Let's try and get them through this. So
he didn't talk about spending cuts there, did he? I don't think. That's another thing.
He kept talking about strong public services if you grow the economy.
And so you will assume they're going to have to, if he's going to show debt falling, they're going to have to do that somehow, assuming he's not going to put up taxes. And so this idea of the public spending, and particularly of the welfare bill, what they're going to do about that. So, you know, ministers are absolutely considering not raising most of those benefits in line with inflation. And that is still pain to come, potentially, for lots of people.
Well, and absolutely, and we'll bring you that when we hear from the government any announcement. We mentioned turbulence. Let's talk to Darshini David, the BBC's economics correspondent, because we talked earlier, Darshini, about the turbulence in the markets, their response 10 days ago, their response following the U-turn this morning on that top rate of tax. It won't be cut after all. What about the response to this speech?
Yes, Joe, we spoke about the fact that 10 days ago, during that so-called mini-budget, we saw the kind of movements in the currency markets, the bond markets, you never normally see during a fiscal event. What of today? Well, let's not forget the things the market is looking for, because it's concerned because of the scale of these tax cuts, how they're going to be funded, and ultimately, what does this mean for growth and inflation? Now, we saw the pound actually slipping ever so slightly. Why is that? Well, when we talk about that U-turn on the 45 pence rate, it is a tiny proportion of the tax cuts, you know, 2 billion out of 45 billion. So what the markets are looking for, is this just the start of a U-turn? Absolutely no indication that's the case. So sterling, you know, still hovering around, and we shouldn't forget as well the dollar's having a weaker day. So there's all sorts of things going on. The bond markets, again, a bit more relaxed, but they too, lots of heightened uncertainty there.
Darshini, David, you'll no doubt be keeping across this for the rest of the day. Thank you very much for joining us. I think we're going to be hearing from Chris Philp, or hopefully we're going to see him. He's going to join us on set, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, to answer our questions about exactly what has changed. But first of all, let's get a reaction from Labour. We don't always speak to the Shadow Cabinet or a member of the Shadow Cabinet during Tory Party conference on the Chancellor's speech day, but there has been a change in a fundamental piece of policy. So we want to get their reaction. Rachel Reeves is the Shadow Chancellor and joins us now. Rachel, do you welcome the reversal of the 45p tax rate cut?
Well, it's good to be with you, Joe. The problem is that so much damage has already been done. When the Chancellor delivered his financial statement, we saw huge volatility in financial markets and a big spike in borrowing costs, not just for the government, although that is significant, but also for ordinary families. And if you have a mortgage of, say, £200,000 a year and you're looking to refinance, if interest rates go up from around 2%, which is where many people are paying at the moment, up to 6%, that is hundreds of pounds, almost £700 extra per month, because of what the Chancellor did in his statement. And those increase in borrowing costs haven't gone away, even with that U-turn today. So the damage is being felt by ordinary working people. It's a crisis made in Downing Street, but it is ordinary working people who are paying the price for this.
But Rachel Reeves, Labour supports much, in fact, the bulk, you could argue, of those tax-cutting measures. Now, it's true, you didn't want to see that cut in the 45p tax rate. It's now going to go back. You wanted to use the money from that to fund nurses and school breakfast clubs. That money is now accounted for in the government's fiscal plan. So how are you going to fund those extra nurses that you've committed to and meals for schools in England?
Well, I've always been clear that there'll be nothing in Labour's manifesto that it isn't fully funded and fully costed. So let me explain to you how we will pay for the doctors, the nurses and the breakfast clubs that I spoke about at conference last week. I welcome the fact that the government are no longer going ahead with the 45p tax changes. But one thing the government haven't done is abolish the non-dom tax status. I said earlier this year that if you make Britain your home, you should pay your taxes here. New evidence from Warwick University economists there show that abolishing the non-dom tax status would bring in £3.2 billion a year to the Treasury. The changes that I announced last week at conference about doctors and nurses and breakfast clubs would cost £2 billion a year. So we would use that money by getting rid of that tax loophole, which means some of the wealthiest people who live in Britain aren't paying their taxes here, will have to pay their fair share. And that money will be used to fund that expansion of medical school places, more nurses and midwives, health visitors and district nurses, and breakfast clubs for all children at primary school.
Rachel Reeves, Shadow Chancellor, thank you very much for joining us today on Politics Live. We can welcome Chris Philp, Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Hello to you. First of all, in response to Kwasi Kwarteng's speech, that 45p cut in the top rate of tax was meant to deliver growth. That's what we were told. What are you going to do to make up for the growth that you've lost by abandoning that policy?
Well, let's be clear, the 45p measure was about 1/20th. It was less than 5% of the fiscal measures in that growth plan, so it wasn't a central part of it. Clearly, there was huge opposition, as you probably reported on in recent days, and it became a distraction. It became an obstacle to getting our message through and to delivering the growth plan, and that's why the Prime Minister and Chancellor decided to...
How much less growth are you going to get by abandoning the policy?
Well, look, we are going to deliver our 2.5% growth rate. That is the target. We are going to stick to that target. As I just pointed out, the top rate measure was less than 1/20th, less than 5% of the measures in that plan. And I thought the Chancellor, in his speech a moment ago, made very clear exactly how we're going to get to that growth rate. We're going to lower taxes for people and for businesses. We're going to deregulate. We're going to make sure our infrastructure gets built. We're going to make sure our energy production is in the United Kingdom, not overseas. And if we do those things, we are going to deliver that higher growth, leading to higher wages.
But, Chris Philp, that is a huge if, isn't it? I mean, we heard Kwasi Kwarteng say in that speech, praising the Bank of England, the Independent Bank of England, and the Office for Budget Responsibility. But, of course, we don't know if any of your plans are going to add up or that 2.5% elusive growth is going to happen, because we've got nothing to judge you on. We have still no scrutiny, no figures, no forecasts. So you can forgive your critics for saying, why should we believe a word you say? You've just U-turned on a policy, you know, within 10 days. What else might you U-turn on?
Well, you said it's an if. It's a plan. It's got specific measures, specific steps that will deliver this growth. You asked about the OBR forecast. You won't have long to wait. On the 23rd...
end of November.
Well, look, we've got to make sure that it's scored properly. We've got to make sure all of our policies on the supply side, so reducing regulations, are fully laid out so the OBR can take them into consideration. We've also, of course, got to set out the medium-term fiscal plan, that responsible approach we're going to take to reducing the ratio of debt to GDP. All of that will come together on the 23rd of November.
Do you think you should have done that before the mini-budget? Do you think you should have done that before the mini-budget?
Well, look, we think that getting on with growth is important. There are things we want to signal to the market, like lower taxes and like the supply-side measures we've announced. The energy package, I don't think, frankly, could wait. That started on the 1st of October.
Yeah, but that was ahead of the mini-budget. We knew that was coming.
That was a day or two ago, and that is saving households who would have faced bills of £5,000, £6,000 or £7,000. They're not going to be paying those bills thanks to Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng's decisive action.
Instead, any of the money that they are going to get back, either through the energy intervention or some of the tax cuts, is going to be wiped out by mortgage repayments that are going to soar. They are already soaring. They've risen as a result of the mini-budget announcement. People who are already struggling with the cost of living are going to be stretched even further. A typical 2-year fixed mortgage deal that had a rate of 2.34% at the start of December is now priced at 5.75%. How are people going to make those payments?
So you just mentioned mortgage rates back in December. For the last 9 or 12 months, mortgage rates across the world have been increasing. In fact, they've been increasing more in the United States.
Yeah, but this was as a result. This was as a result. That's the real-life consequence of what you announced in that mini-budget.
Well, as I say, mortgage rates have been rising. They form part of an important part of a wider cost of living challenge. So you might ask the question, what are we doing about that? And what we're doing about the wider cost of living challenge, much of which, by the way, links back to Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, we're making sure the energy prices, which could have gone as high as £5,000, £6,000, £7,000, don't hit people in the pocket that way. We're going to cap that at 2,500. We're going to alleviate the burden of taxation, which people pay. And the tax measures in the growth plan are broadly based. All the 30 million working people will benefit from that national insurance cut and that cut to the basic rate. Rich and poor alike will benefit from those reductions. That will help with the cost of living situation. And most of all, the answer to your question is growth, because without a growing economy, we're not going to see rising wages.
Because this supply-side reforms that we were talking about actually before Kwasi Kwarteng took to his feet, he mentioned them again in the way that you have just done. He said stripping EU laws from the UK. Which bits?
Well, there's going to be a full review of all of those.
But which bits?
I'm not going to preempt the result of that review.
Again,
it's going to
how
happen.
can we judge that this is going to need to grow?
It's going to happen by the end of 2023. But there are going to be, in the next 6 to 8 weeks, I hope you can wait that long, there are going to be, there are going to be about 8 announcements by different secretaries of state spelling out these supply-side reforms in more detail. Let me give you 1 or 2 examples. There'll be, Jacob Rees-Mogg as business secretary is going to set out how we're going to alleviate small business regulations, some small business regulations, particularly on businesses with under 500 employees. We're going to hear from the Transport Secretary about expediting infrastructure projects. We're going to hear from the DEFRA Secretary on how we can help farmers become more productive.
I think the question most people have is delivery, Chris Philp, because we also spoke before about planning reforms that never got onto the statute book. They were dropped. And maybe they were dropped because of things like this, Chris Philp. You tweeted, yet another property speculator targeting my house, thanks to Croydon's Labour Council handing out planning permissions so freely. Well, I thought you wanted to have freedom for planning permissions. Bromley and Sutton look after the character of their area. Same national rules. Croydon Labour has turned our borough into a magnet for speculators. So in public, you want deregulations and you want freedom for planning, but not perhaps on your local doorstep.
No. Look, of course development has to be appropriate, right? And suburbs like that, or the Green Belt, frankly, generally speaking...
So not in your backyard?
Well, not in inappropriate places anywhere in the country, not just in Croydon South, which, by the way, is a fantastic constituency.
Yeah, well done.
We want to see development in the right places, brownfield sites, in these investment zones we've talked about, which will be agreed with local authorities. There'll be sort of a red line on a map within those investment zones done by agreement. There will be very great planning freedoms and lower taxes. Outside of that, we want to see greater speed. We don't want to see projects held up with endless judicial reviews and endless delays. There's nothing inconsistent in that position at all.
Well, I think people might make a judgment there about the inconsistency, Chris. Seb?
question for you. We've got this event on November the 23rd, which is all about adding credence to what the government's saying in terms of fiscal responsibility. Is there any chance that's going to be brought forward? Because that's still quite a long time away, and you've said you've got to wait for the OBR to do the sums. But the OBR actually came to the government in the summer and said that they could have done the sums in time for the event last time. So I'm sure they could do it before an event that's almost 2 months away.
Well, it needs to be obviously, the forecast needs to be updated to reflect new policy that's announced. It takes time for the OBR to respond to that.
It doesn't take 2 months, though.
We also need to set out the medium-term fiscal plan that the Chancellor referred to in his speech. So we do need to get this right. I think that is, it's fair to say that is a lesson one might take. We need to take time to make sure it's all set out. So when Jo and her colleagues ask me questions, we have all of the answers that are necessary. So we're going to do this properly. We're going to do it right. We're going to do it in a way that's fiscally responsible. But above all, we're going to do it in a way that gets our economy growing, because that is what will lead to higher wages, better jobs, and sustainable tax.
Guys, I know you think all those puzzle ads are fake. But today I finally found the game.